Eu tenho luzinhas novas. Eu tô muito feliz que eu tenho luzinha nova. Tudo que eu queria era uma luzinha nova. Agora eu tenho. Minha luzinha nova. Não fui eu que comprei o de presente, mas é a luzinha nova. Mano, alguém me falou que esse jogo era da hora. Aí eu falei, ah, tá bom. Qualidade, bom. Só tem opção bom. Eu não sei o que eu tô fazendo. Eu não sei nem do que esse jogo se trata, pra ser bem sincera. Acho que não vai poder ser hoje. O quê? Começar. Como uma grande novidade, o jogo tá em inglês. Vou ter que traduzir. Pegou água. Lembrei de pegar água hoje. Eu queria pegar um jogo mais levinho. Aí já começa. Assassino. Puta. Pesquisa. 11 segundos. Sem tags.
You think it's murder? I mean, clearly it's murder. What can I do to help?
Eu quero primeiro entender o que tá acontecendo antes de começar a traduzir.
Yeah?
Me conta sobre esse jogo, eu também não sei.
But February, that was months ago. What's that got to do with Simon's murder?
Alguém foi assassinado.
I didn't murder Simon. You've got it wrong. You've got the wrong person.
Estão acusando ela de assassinato.
I'd like to speak to a lawyer now.
Por que você tá sorrindo?
You have no murder weapon. You have nothing.
Por que você tá sorrindo?
And all these stories we've been telling each other. Just that. Stories.
Por que você tá sorrindo? Tá. Eu pesquisei assassinato e encontrei essa moça falando do assassinato do Simon. Vou pesquisar Simon. Tá, tem várias coisas no Simon. As 61 entradas.
Simon Smith. He works at Ernst Brothers Glass. They do windows, all kinds of glass.
Ela tá falando
Simon
o que
does
ele
more special
faz.
work. Mirror making, feature windows, artistic things. Really beautiful things.
Tá, o Simon ele fazia coisas de espelho e de vidro.
Simon is 6 foot, darkish blonde hair, average build. He's clean shaven. If his beard grows, it goes ginger, so he shaves it. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with ginger hair. I bought a photo. They said a spring photo. This was taken last year on holiday in Rome. It's the best one I have.
Se ele foi assassinado aí. Ele não. Pera. 18/6/94. Quando eu pesquiso murder. 27/6. Aquilo lá foi antes. Então acho que o Simon sumiu primeiro, antes de morrer. Parece aqui que ela tá dando informação, tipo de informação visual para localizarem o Simon, porque ele tinha sumido. É o que parece, pelo
It's the
menos.
Rockington Arms, the Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan. There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to drink with, and the barmaid they're having sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks.
Era o quê?
It's the Rockington Arms, the Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan. There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to drink with, and the barmaid they're having sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks.
Tá, então antes do Simon sumir, ele foi beber com o Peter.
Yes, there's an Amstrad one.
Por que você falou tão
He
alto?
uses it for very much. There's a printer so you can write letters on it. Simon sometimes plays games. Yeah, Climb the Tower, Save the Princess, that kind of thing.
Completamente inútil. Obrigada.
Simon isn't the type to run off or do anything crazy.
Ela acha que ele tinha sumido
Someone must
aí.
have done something to him, or there must
Ela
have been
acha que ele
some
sumiu
contact.
aí. Ela tá fazendo um relatório de desaparecimento.
So what do we do next?
E aí, alguns dias depois, acusam ela de assassinato. Como é o nome dela? Video subtitles. Declare. Murder Simon. Murder Simon. Read me text. Introdução para a database. Da coisa da polícia. A Logic Database é um dos esforços para digitalizar o trabalho e preservar a evidência, para trabalhar mais eficientemente. Ah, quer ver que eu vou ser o assassino de novo? Ao passar dos anos, o computador vai continuar a ser o mais valioso item, lutando contra o crime. Na luta contra o crime. Essa database contém vídeos transferidos de homicídio e crimes sérios de Portsmouth. Não sei onde é isso. Foi automaticamente. Tá nada importante, o áudio foi digitalizado, blá blá. Pra fazer um clipe, digite uma palavra, clique em search, a database vai ver todos os clipes pela palavra. Estreite a pesquisa usando várias palavras. Se você pode ser mais preciso. Use vírgulas invertidas. Eu não sei que ponto seria esse em português. Inverted commas to search for next match. Okay. Ah, deve ser aspas. Se pá. Use aspas para pesquisar um termo exato. Tipo, pesquisar uma frase exata. Tá, posso usar aspas para pesquisar uma frase se eu quiser. Para guardar um clipe, coloque adicionar a sessão. Também você pode querer tags adicionais para te ajudar em futuras pesquisas. Por favor, clique em User Tags Box e digite as tags. Para mais assistência, por favor, vontade de departamento, blá 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 blá. Sério, me leia. .txt. Ei, aqui é da database. Eu te dei uma liberdade de informação do acesso de convidado. Tudo parece estar funcionando. Eles transferiram os vídeos das, das fitas originais em 1999 e então a Y2K coisa chegou e eles blá blá blá. Ninguém tocou nelas desde então. Eu não consegui achar o servidor com as gravações do detetive. Possivelmente aquelas fitas foram machucadas, danificadas quando os arquivos foram inundados em 97, mas imaginei que isso seria o suficiente. Toma seu tempo, SB. O que tem no lixo? Informação de hack, jogo do espelho. Qual é o ponto? Eu não entendi exatamente o ponto, mas. Tá. Hack info. G. Alguma coisa hack. Mirror game. Stripper, você nunca viu a gente. Pras mães aqui. Ah, mano, vazou. Vazou o arquivo. Tá. Opa, tem mais coisa. Relógio. Que horas são? 2020. Dia 16 de 6 de 2021. Tá bom. Database checker. Não sei. Simon. Deixa eu ver se tem alguma coisa diferente. Não, só tem esses dois que eu já vi.
Yeah, that's me. But February, that was months ago. What's that got to do with Simon's murder? I didn't murder Simon. You've got it wrong. You've got the wrong person.
Deixa eu pesquisar só murder de novo pra ver o que ela tinha falado, que eu não lembro.
You think it's murder? I mean, clearly it's murder. What can I do to help? Yeah, that's me. But February.
Acho que fevereiro é a minha próxima lista. Saber o que ela fez em fevereiro.
I didn't murder Simon. You've got it wrong. You've got the wrong person.
Ela tá mentindo, não é
I'd
possível.
like to speak to a lawyer now.
Ninguém é tão cínico assim.
You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other. Just that. Stories.
Vamos tentar fevereiro. February. Acho que eu escrevi errado. February. Tá, não. O que tá acontecendo aí? Eu também não sei direito. Deixa eu rever.
Simon Smith. He works at Ernst Brothers Glass. They do windows, all kinds of glass. Simon does the more special work, mirror making, feature windows, artistic things, really beautiful things.
Vou tentar então Simon Smith pra ser. Porra, mas que nome comum, hein? Tá, tem essa mesma entrada que eu acabei de ver.
Simon Smith. He
Vou
works at
tentar o
Ernst Brothers
Peter
Glass.
então.
They do windows, all kinds of glass. Simon does the more special work, mirror making, feature windows, artistic things, really beautiful things.
Vou tentar o Peter. A mesma entrada. Eu queria muito saber quem é ela. Não, pera, volta pro Simon.
Simon is 6 foot, darkish blonde hair, average build. He's clean shaven. If his beard grows, it goes ginger, so he shaves it. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with ginger hair. And border photo. Esse era o spring photo. This was taken on a holiday.
Talvez desaparecido. Talvez desaparecido.
I thought it made me sound suspicious. It's not a normal thing to do to drive to the other end of the country. I wanted to keep it simple. I knew it was stupid not to tell you everything.
Ela tava escondendo coisa
Saying
da
I spent the night
polícia.
in Glasgow when my husband went missing, I thought it would, distract you from what was important.
Ela tava traindo o marido.
It's different now.
Por que isso foi em desaparecido?
I thought it made me sound suspicious. It's not a normal thing to do to drive to the other end of the country. I wanted to keep it simple. I knew it was stupid not to tell you everything.
Tá, ela tava escondendo informação da polícia.
Distract you from what was important.
Pera, eu perdi a frase mais importante desse depoimento de novo. Eu pesquisei desaparecido, ele me enviou pra isso.
I thought it made me sound suspicious.
Vou escutar só mais uma vez.
It's not a normal thing to do to drive to the other end of the country. I wanted to keep it simple. I knew it was stupid not to tell you everything. Saying I spent the night in Glasgow when my husband went missing, I thought it would.
Ah, tá, agora eu entendi. Glasgow.
It's different now.
Parece que ela já sabia que ele estava morto. Glasgow. Ok.
I got in the car and then I drove. I just kept driving north. Just kept going, just wanted to get as far away as I could.
Ela tava fugindo.
When I finally stopped, I was all the way up in Glasgow.
Ela vazou da Inglaterra e foi pra Escócia.
Just had to sleep.
Ela por algum motivo saiu.
Yes.
E pera, Glasgow ainda é na Inglaterra.
Glasgow, I was exhausted, so I pulled over and slept in the car. I woke up because a rubbish truck went past. I got some petrol, bought a coffee and a pastry, tried calling someone from a payphone, and then headed back.
Nem fudendo. Ela falou, foi até Glasgow dirigindo. Aí eu dormi no carro. Aí eu acordei, peguei uma gasolina, tomei um café e voltei. Ah, mas nem fudendo o que foi isso que aconteceu. O que você fez em Glasgow?
Yeah, that's Simon's watch. It was a gift from Eric. He got it this year.
Oi,
It was a wedding anniversary gift.
que isso? Eu também não sei, a gente tá descobrindo junto.
It would have been Diane who chose it. She has really nice taste. That time. You must eliminate me. I was in Glasgow then.
Tá, então aquela já sabia do assassinato. A gente tá. A gente foi jogado. Depois eu vou te dar VIP, Rafa. Eu não consigo dar VIP agora. A gente foi jogado assim nesse sistema e a primeira palavra de pesquisa era assassinato. A gente começou a ver uns videozinhos de depoimento dessa mulher. E um Simon tinha sido assassinado. Aí a gente começou a descobrir mais do Simon e o primeiro depoimento dela, ela falou que ele tinha sumido. Aí a gente tá partindo disso para descobrir o que aconteceu. E essa mulher parece muito suspeita. Relógio, o que tem um relógio?
Yeah, that's Simon's watch.
Acusaram ela
It
depois.
was a gift from Eric. He got it this year. It was a wedding anniversary gift. Steel. It would have been Diane who chose it. She has really nice taste. That time. You must eliminate me. I was in Glasgow then.
O marido dela desapareceu quando ela tava em Glasgow. O que ela foi fazer em Glasgow é uma boa pergunta, porque ela só foi pra lá e voltou.
I don't think so. Glasgow was deserted that early in the morning.
Nada útil, incrível.
When I arrived in Glasgow, I was exhausted. The streets were
Ela é
empty.
esposa do Simon?
I was
Sim,
driving
era.
badly.
O Simon morreu.
And I hit a taxi. Not a big crash, just paintwork. The guy was so pissed off because I didn't have a driving license on me. But when I told him I was pregnant,
Ela tava
he made
grávida.
sure I got to the
Nossa,
hospital so
calma
he could
aí.
check me out. It was fine.
Ela bateu o carro.
The hospital must have details when I was looked at. There's a scratch on the car.
Ela bateu o carro em Glasgow.
When I arrived in Glasgow, I was exhausted. The streets were empty. I was driving badly. And I hit a taxi. Not a big crash, just paintwork.
Tá, ela deu uma
The guy
arranhada
was so
no.
pissed off because I
no
didn't have a
táxi.
driving license on me. But when I told him I was pregnant, he made sure I got to the hospital so they could check me out. It was fine. The hospital must have details when I was looked at. There's a scratch on the car.
Pregnant. Mas alguma coisa dela tá grávida? Tem várias coisas dela tá grávida.
I got pregnant. Both our parents had a big powwow. We weren't even in the room. And they decided we should get married.
Ela casou então porque ela teve um filho. Ela casou porque os pais. Ela nem casou porque queria, ela casou porque os pais obrigaram ela porque ela teve um filho.
Yes, I'm fine. Don't ever sick again. This happens some days. I'm pregnant.
Você já falou isso?
It's morning sickness.
Tá.
Well, yes. He found out on my birthday. I told him I was pregnant.
Nossa, tô toda com alergia por causa da minha gata. Que música é essa que começou a tocar?
It's Rapunzel. The story starts when she's born. Mother Gothel, a witch, takes
Por que ela tá
Rapunzel
falando
from
de
her
Rapunzel?
parents and keeps her locked up in this tower. Rapunzel gets pregnant by the prince.
Uma de
Gothel
umas
is furious,
50.
so cuts off her hair and throws it.
45.
Actually, her hair's already short here, so that's already happened. She throws her into the wilderness, and Rapunzel is reunited
Era
with
com a
the
Rafa.
prince who's
Perdão.
blind. But she kills him with her tears, and so it's a happy ending. Is that too much?
Porra. Obrigada pelos 22
It's
bits.
Rapunzel. The story starts when she's born.
Mano, minha gata tá no meu colo. Eu tô ficando com toda alérgica.
Rapunzel gets pregnant by the prince. Mother Gothel is furious, so she cuts off her hair and throws it. Actually, her hair's already short here, so that's already happened. She throws her into the wilderness, and Rapunzel is reunited with the prince who's blind. But she kills him with her tears, and so it's a happy ending.
Você tem alergia um pouco. Número de 1 a 50 menos 22, 45. Rapunzel, achei essa história muito esquisita. Essa história tava muito esquisita.
Sorry.
Por que tá falando de Rapunzel do nada?
The way it's drawn just reminded me of the books we used to read as children. I read those fairy tales over and over.
Ai!
They're so real to me. Rapunzel was my favourite. My brain is just full of it. Are any of these in colour?
Por que estão falando de um desenho?
Did I pass? Sorry, I messed it up with all that Rapunzel stuff. Do you need me to do that card again?
Ah, eles estão fazendo um exame psicológico. Tipo, de dar imagem pra ver o que você vê.
Could the hairs have come from somewhere else? I mean, could they... We have a lot of dolls in the attic. There's a Rapunzel doll with long blonde hair. Could they have come from there?
Cabelo.
We were obsessed with fairy tales. Not just the pretty ones, but the traditional ones. They were dark and real, bizarre and violent. Felt like life. We had this huge old book that I think Mum must have bought from a library sale. The illustrations had thin tracing paper over them to protect them. They were in colour, shiny plates. At the front of the book was an index of illustrations. We read that more than the actual stories. We'd read aloud the captions and flip between the pictures. There was something intimate about peeling back the tracing paper and dressing the pictures. Rapunzel's hair is cut. The eagle plucks out his heart. The princess pricks her finger.
Escolha meu número, já falei, 45. Cabelo. O que tem cabelo? O que cabelo tem a ver com essa história? A mina trouxe um violão assim do nada pra sala de interrogatório.
You want me to play something? I'm not the world's greatest guitar player. Okay? Probably needs tuning. How about a traditional?
Acho desse. Por que botaram. Que mulher. Sim, mano. E quando acusaram ela de ter matado o Simon, ela falou: Não, as histórias que a gente tá contando eram só histórias. Da onde saiu esse violão? Da onde saiu um violão, mano?
pushed her in and held her down. Oh, the wind and the rain watched her as she slowly drowned. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Oh, she floated up and she floated down. Oh, the
Meu
wind and
Deus,
the
que horror!
rain floated till a ship came by. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Out comes the captain's son. Oh, the wind and the rain. Father dear, here swims and swans. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain.
O marido.
It's really good, so I think that's a good place to stop.
Aí fica estranho. Mano, o marido dela foi assassinado e ela tá felizona tocando um violão. Que sabe-se lá de onde veio.
What kind of hairs?
É isso? Da onde saiu esse violão, mano?
No, Simon didn't play guitar. He wasn't very musical. He liked to listen, but he was tone deaf. Yes. Yeah, it's my guitar.
Eles acharam um violão. A cena do crime. Tá, eu não vou achar nada da cena do crime. Cheguei num ponto que eu não sei pra onde ir.
You want me to play something? I'm not the world's greatest guitar player. Okay? Something is tuning.
Coitada, tá assim ela. Mano, a música é de duas irmãs. Uma tinha inveja da outra e afogou a irmã dela. Olha isso! O marido dela foi assassinado, é isso que ela tá cantando. Irmã. Eu vou pesquisar se ela tem alguma irmã, alguma coisa do tipo. Bizarro. E ela falou que fica pior depois. Ela falou que fica mais estranho. E ela tá cantando. Ela tá sorrindo quando ela canta. Ela tá sorrindo. O marido dela foi assassinado. Ela é suspeita de ter matado o marido e ela tá fazendo isso. Mano. Tá bom. Tá bom. Seu marido foi assassinado, você é a principal suspeita. Ok, tem mais de dar irmã. Ela deve ter uma irmã.
When she went home, Sam had a birthday tea waiting. Afterwards, she told Simon about me, told him I was pregnant. She wanted me to move in with them, this sister who didn't know she had. She knew that instant. The look on his face.
Sabia o quê? Pera, ela tem uma irmã?
When she went home,
Ela
Sam
quem?
had a birthday tea waiting. Afterwards, she told Simon about me,
Chiquinho.
told him I was pregnant.
Quem é ela?
She wanted me to move in with them, this sister who didn't know she had. She knew that instant. The look on his face. She sent him out the house, kicked him out, called me up, crying, and I went round. I guess I had a feeling I could hear something was wrong in her voice, but I wasn't sure what it was. She got my sister on the phone. She never calls me back.
Ela tem uma irmã. A irmã dela tava de rolo com o Simon. Mas aí ela casou com o Simon porque ela tava grávida.
My sister is gone. And she's never coming back.
Quem era a irmã dela e pra onde isso me leva? Que foi, Bi? Tá, a música realmente esquisita. Fala de duas irmãs que tiveram um rolê e uma tinha inveja da outra e tentou matar a outra. Aí depois ela fala que ela tinha uma irmã que ela não sabia. Ou ele tinha uma
When she
irmã?
went home,
Não,
Sam
ela
had
tem
a
uma
birthday
irmã.
tea waiting. Afterwards, she told Simon about me, told him I was pregnant. She wanted me to move in with them, this sister who didn't know she had.
É, a irmã. Ela tem uma irmã.
She knew that instant.
A irmã dela tava com o Simon. Aí ela ficou com o Simon. Tá, eu quero saber mais dessa irmã. Tem mais alguma coisa nisso? Não, só isso. Tá, pra onde que eu vou com isso? Assassinato, Simon, assassinato, Simon, assassinato do Simon, assassinato. Dez, 15, 50 ou 150. Sei lá. 150 é um número mais bonito.
she went home, Sam had a birthday tea waiting. Afterwards.
Opa, feijão. Porra, fechei o jogo sem querer. Eu sou burra, desculpa. Filha de uma puta. Filha de uma puta. Eu vou adicionar esse aqui da irmã. Eu vou voltar pra assassinato. Quando ela foi acusada de assassinato.
I didn't murder Simon. You've got it wrong. You've got the wrong person.
Isso também tá muito esquisito.
I'd like to speak to a lawyer now. Please. You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other.
Olha isso.
Just that.
Ela tá muito.
Stories.
Tem muita alguma coisa que ela não tá falando. Ah, a arma. Até agora eu não sei a arma. Tá, não tem nada da arma.
I'd like to speak to a lawyer now. You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other. Just that. Stories.
Eu vou voltar pra Glasgow. Pegar todos os 18 bits. Aqui, quando ela fala que ela tá grávida.
When I arrived in Glasgow, I was exhausted. The streets were empty. I was driving badly. And I hit a taxi. Not a big crash, just paintwork. The guy was so pissed off because I didn't have a driving license on me. But when I told him I was pregnant, he made sure I got to the hospital so they could check me out. It was fine. The hospital must have details when I was looked at.
Próxima seja não aconteceu agora. Se esse jogo não demorar muito, ainda vou tentar jogar mais um pouco de Amnesia hoje. Eu parei ontem porque eu tava travada no jogo. Vou adicionar isso aqui também. O bagulho dela tá grávida. Deixa eu rever.
I got pregnant. Both our parents had a big powwow. We weren't even in the room. And they decided we should get married. Yes, I'm fine. I won't be sick again. This happens some days. I'm pregnant. This morning sickness. No. Well, yes. You found out on my birthday. I told him I was pregnant.
Mas aí isso contradiz com o que você falou ali na outra história. Birthday. Ok. Coisas novas.
Yes, that's my birthday. Not one of the big ones, but I guess you can see that. It was my birthday, like you said. We were going to have a meal at home. We had our meal. He gave me his present. I guess I didn't like the present. From when I woke up. Okay. I woke up. Simon was already up and he made me birthday breakfast of eggs Benedict We both had to go to work, so we saved presents till later. I got to work, had some birthday cake, children sang me happy birthday, then I came home. The birthday meal was a takeaway, and Simon gave me his present, which I didn't mind. And after that, we talked about the baby. It turned into a big argument. Simon left. I was furious. I wanted to get as far away as I could. And get some
E aí
space
ela
to
foi pra Glasgow.
So I left.
Tá, ela foi pra Glasgow depois de ter discutido com ele sobre o filho.
A week or so ago. It would have been the Saturday before my birthday. You know, I get like that on the weekends, have a lie-in, then want to get up and blitz the house.
Alguma coisa sobre presente. O que ele deu de presente pra ela que ela não
It
gostou?
wasn't the present so much, it was one of those arguments that had been simmering for a while. The present was a mirror, a nice mirror.
Espelho.
With glass, the kind of mirror a princess would have in a story. He made it specially for me.
Nunca casaria se ficasse grávida de um. Mano, os pais dela fizeram ela se casar.
About 8 years back. It was a present to myself. I shouldn't even be drinking coffee with the baby. It's been hard trying to give it up. I think they even have one cup.
A tatuagem dela. Não acho que não tenha nada demais.
She put on my wig, some of my clothes, pretended to be me. They talked. She'd enjoyed being me. He said he wanted to be with me. Then he took out a present, another mirror, just like the one he'd given her earlier. That unique present. She went crazy, smashed the mirror. They argued, screamed. He hit her. So she grabbed a piece of the mirror and just swung it round. She cut his throat clean open. She'd only meant to scare him off.
Eita porra. Tô falando que eu sou assassina. Eu tô falando que eu vou ser assassina no fim das contas. Mas eu tô falando que eu vou ser assassina. Mano, ela falou um bagulho muito... Ela fingiu ser eu, ela gostou de fingir ser eu. E aí ele deu um espelho, o mesmo espelho que ele tinha dado pra ela mais cedo. Ela ficou puta. Quem é você? Eu não sei. Mas agora apareceu uma sombra de alguém. Parecia que era essa moça usando o computador tentando descobrir o que aconteceu. Ai, eu fiquei com medo. Eu queria um jogo tranquilo.
She put on my wig, some of my clothes, pretended to be me. They talked. She'd enjoyed being me. He said he wanted to be with me. Then he took out a present, another mirror, just like the one he'd given her earlier. That unique present. She went crazy, smashed the mirror. They argued, screamed. He hit her. So she grabbed a piece of the mirror and just swung it round. She cut his throat clean open. She'd only meant to scare him off.
Aí depois ela ela admite que ela sabe o que aconteceu. Aqui ela fala que ela sabia o que aconteceu, Mas ela não. Espelho. Mais do
My name's
espelho.
Hannah.
Ah, finalmente um nome.
Hispanic. It reads the same backwards as forwards.
Sim,
It
eu
doesn't
sei o
work
que
in
é um
America, it's
palíndromo.
not quite symmetrical, but well, you get the idea. Sorry. Hannah Smith, I live at 31 Gladstone Street.
Tá bom. O nome dela é interessante. Uma coisa que eu não tinha ainda.
The mirror. I can't remember. I put it somewhere safe. Upstairs, I think. Haven't looked at it since. Silverleaf? No. He normally silvers them properly. This mirror, it's supposed to look antique. The reflection isn't as good. It's the perfect mirror for someone who doesn't like to look at their own reflection.
Essa mina é muito esquisita, mano. Rena. Opa.
What are you doing talking about Eve?
Eve. Nem fudendo que isso não é. Ela tá me mandando um morse. Mas não na minha vigia, mano. Você não vai mandar um morse na minha vigia. Não vai mandar um morse pra mim. Não pra mim. Nossa, pra anotar isso vai ser um porre. Oh, mano.
What are you doing talking about Eve?
Tem como pausar? Três. Pera, foi 3 ou foi 2? Deixa eu ver o dedinho dela. 3. 3. 1. 1, 2. 1, 2. Mano, calma aí. Você é mais rápido que eu. Tan, tan. Isso vai ser muito mais complicado do que eu achei. Se tivesse como pausa, seria muito mais da hora. Ela fez tap, tap, tap. Aí ela fez um tap longo.
What are you doing talking about Eve?
Tap. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pode também ser tap code. Mas de qualquer jeito eu tenho as coisas aqui. Se não for o Morse, é tap code. Nossa, vai ser muito chato. Um, 3, 3, 1. Mas o foda é que às vezes eu acho que ela bate 5 vezes, mas Morse é de 4. Pode ser número também. Ok, ok. O primeiro é 3 e um longo. V. Aí ela bate 3. 3 longos. Aí ela bate 4. Aí 5. Aí 2 longos. Isso não tá fazendo nenhum sentido, pai. Eu posso ter pego as pausas errado também. Três longos. É outro O. Bi. Tá, isso não faz nenhum sentido em nenhum mundo. Deixa eu pegar as pausas direito. I'm crazy, 'cause you don't think I know what you've done.
What is Dylan talking about you?
Pera. É 3. Ele faz uma pausa. Ela faz uma pausa.
What is Dylan talking about you?
Tá. Tá, eu peguei as pausas. Volta pro Morse. Com as pausas deve fazer mais sentido. 3. S. 1. Tá, não vai fazer muito mais sentido, não. Ou vai S, T, O. Só. 5, 1, 1. fazendo sentido, mas parou de fazer sentido. Eu tô assumindo que na frente é ponta e atrás é risco, mas pode não ser também.
What are you doing talking about these? What are you doing talking about these?
Ela esqueceu que ela tava sendo gravada? Adiciona. Talvez seja tap code em vez de ser Morse. Tá, não teria. Nossa, se fosse. Primeiro assim, depois assim. Tá, vamos tentar em tap code então. 3, 1. CUK. 3, 4. Eu acho que é muito um tiro no escuro, mas tá. 5, 1 é. 1, 5. V. 3, 5. Também não faz nenhum sentido. Três, 4, 5, 1. 3, 5. Eu acho que é pelo Morse mesmo, eu só. Eu só tô fazendo alguma coisa muito errada. Não, não fez. Nenhuma palavra formou alguma palavra que faça sentido.
What are you doing talking about these?
Eu acho que as pausas estão erradas. Eu peguei os pontos certos, mas as pausas estão erradas. Eu posso só ir tentando até eu conseguir. Quando ela começa a bater 5 vezes, é que não faz muito sentido. Cause when you call me baby. A princípio que eu tinha pego, deu STOH 5TT 5 ou 5. Isso não faz sentido, então eu peguei as pausas errado. Ou talvez seja invertido. Não, mas não. Os tapzinhos que ela tava dando na frente era um ponto com certeza. E atrás era atrás com certeza.
What are you doing talking about you?
Isso porque eu queria ficar tranquila um dia, né? Puta jeito de ficar tranquila. Agora faz muito menos sentido que eu tinha esquecido um traço, mas agora faz muito menos sentido porque eu não tenho tradução para isso. Eu vou contar de novo.
What are you doing talking about Eve?
Quatro traços não é nada? Tem um Morse só de americano. Claro que eles tinham que ter um bagulho só deles, né? Porque estadunidense tem que ser diferente. Precisa. Ai, eu tô perdendo alguma coisa.
What are you doing talking about Eve?
Vamos largar o Morse. Vamos continuar vendo as coisas. Depois eu descubro o que é esse Morse.
Yes, my name is Hannah Smith.
Ela tá
Shit.
num polígrafo. Ela errou o nome dela num teste de polígrafo.
Across the road, where my parents first lived there, was a midwife called Florence. When Hannah was born, I was born at the same time.
Ela não é Reina.
The midwife was there to help. I'd been throttled by the cord, probably wrapped around my neck by Hannah. The midwife told my mother I was dead. But I wasn't.
Jura?
She wrote all this stuff in a diary. Amazing what people will admit to on paper.
Pera, quem é a Rena? Eu tô vendo muito Ela não é a Rena.
Across the road, where my parents first lived there, was a midwife called Florence. When Hannah was born, I was born at the same time. The midwife was there to help. I'd been throttled by the cord, probably wrapped around my neck by Hannah. The midwife told my mother I was dead. But I wasn't. She wrote all this stuff in a diary. Amazing what people will admit to on paper. She recognised me from the window. She told me to come inside, and she hid me. They had made the attic into a place where Hannah could play. There was a dollhouse. She hid me up there. No one else ever went into the attic. It was her place.
Eu não quero prosseguir. Ela não é a Rena. Ela tava se passando pela Rena, mas aqui no teste do polígrafo eles descobriram que não era a Rena. Mano, é a mesma coisa do primeiro caso de Unheard, que os irmãos trocavam a identidade. É a mesma coisa. Ela é Eve. Ela é a Eve. A Rena é a irmã dela.
Well, my friend, I mean, she was a friend from when I was a kid, and she was always more popular with the boys, and I used to hate her for it. I mean, really hate her sometimes.
Pera aqui.
Yes. We'd fight. We fought on the beach once, and I held Eve's head underwater. There was no one else
A
around.
musiquinha
Far under the beach,
da irmã.
I held the head under, and I kept it up.
Ela escreveu aquela
For
música.
a moment, just wanted to kill her. And watch
Ela
her
escreveu a música sobre ela.
But that was it. It was just a moment. We made up after. It was a love-hate relationship.
Tá, isso definitivamente é relevante.
A police station. Yeah. When I was young, we ran away on my birthday. Bob Dylan was playing in London, and we thought we could break into his tour bus and have him take us with him. The taxi driver we paid to drop us off, I mean, we'd saved money, pinched a bit here and there to pay for the fare. He was suspicious because we were so young, so he told the police. So they came and picked us up and took me back to Portsmouth. My mum picked me up from the station. But I blamed everything on my friend Eve. So my parents let me off. My mother called me Eve.
tentou se afogar ou ela tava falando da irmã Rena dela como ela? Ela escreveu aquela música, ela com certeza escreveu aquela música, porque ela falou a mesma coisa. Ela falou que ela tentou afogar a Eve e ela só continuou afogando ela e tava vendo ela perdendo o fôlego e a música falava a mesma coisa. E aí descobriram que ela era Eve. Só que ela afogou a irmã dela, ela tentou se afogar.
What are you doing talking about me?
Quem mandou o Simon? No fim das contas, quem matou o Simon? Ai, nossa, tô com dor na coluna. É Tap Code mesmo. Porra, eu só fui ver se era Tap Code ou Morse, porque Morse não fazia sentido. É Tap Code mesmo. Eu aparentemente só não sei fazer as coisas direito. Três um L 3134 LO 51 V 15 E Love 35. Não, pera. 45. Love You. Ela, ela botou um tap code de Love You. É de fuder. Boa noite, cara. Você chegou no meio. Você chegou no meio de eu tentando descobrir o que tá acontecendo. Porque eu realmente não sei o que tá acontecendo. Mas ela colocou. Ela se deu o trabalho de fazer um tap code falando Love You. Nossa, é muito trabalho só pra. Desperdício de tempo. A segunda frase da escravação pergunta que a Rena está falando sobre a Eve. Ela tentou matar a amiga dela? Então, eu acho que, tipo, a história é sobre a Rena e a Eve. E ela tá se passando pela Rena. Tem uma gravação que ela tava falando que alguém tava se passando por ela e que tava gostando de se passar por ela. Eu acho que é essa, se pá.
My name is Hannah. Hannah. This palindrome.
Não.
It reads the same backwards as forwards.
Eu
It
sei o
doesn't
que é um
work in America,
palíndromo.
it's not quite symmetrical, but well, you get the idea. Sorry. Hannah Smith, I live at 31 Gladstone Street.
Mano, ela conseguiu falhar num teste de polígrafo. Opa. Opa. Eu gosto muito.
Yes, my name is Hannah Smith. Oh, shit. Sorry.
Ela falha errando. Ela erra o nome dela, mano. Quem erra o próprio nome?
My name is Hannah.
Então já vi isso. Aqui é o tap code, aqui ela falhando o polígrafo. Isso é um jogo.
Across the road, where my parents first lived there,
Tá, aqui é da parteira que sequestrou ela.
She recognized me from the window.
É um jogo,
She told me to come inside.
eu acho.
And she hid me. They had made the attic into a place where Hannah could play.
Mano, eu não sei se ela é psicótica e tem ilusões de que ela é a Rapunzel, porque ela tava contando antes da história da Rapunzel, ela tava muito fascinada com a história da Rapunzel. E eu não sei se ela imaginou tudo isso ou se realmente aconteceu e ela só se associou à história por tipo, ter vivido um bagulho parecido. Eu quero. Mano, essa. Eu vou. Deixa eu ver a música de novo.
You want me to play something?
Esse violão que apareceu do nada.
I'm not the world's greatest guitar player. Okay? Probably needs tuning. How about a traditional ballad?
Uma balada tradicional. Tá, mano. Ele pega meu casaco, minha gata dormindo em cima do meu casaco. Essa música é muito bizarra, maluco. O violão é suspeito que é suspeita. Pois é, mano. A melodia é bacana, mas a letra, o que tá acontecendo? Ela é mais velha. A Ivy é a mais velha. Aí eu afoguei ela. Olha isso, mano. Como pode um bagulho desses? Não sei como não prenderam ela quando ela tocou isso. Eu prendia ela logo aí. Não é nem por poluição sonora, é por escrever sobre afogar alguém. E depois admitir que ela afogou alguém. Se ela não foi presa pelo assassinato do Simon, ela foi presa por tentativa de homicídio quando ela era uma criança. Mano, o que eu achei muito estranho é que no Tap Code ela se deu todo esse trabalho pra falar love you. Eu te amo. Quando ela ainda tava se passando pela Rena depois dela ter falado sobre a Eve. Antes dela admitir ser a Eve.
When she went home, Sam had a birthday tea waiting. Afterwards, she told Simon about me, told him I was pregnant. She wanted me to move in with them, this sister we didn't know she had. She knew that instant. The look on his face.
Eu quero ver o
She
clipe
sent him out of the
que...
house, kicked him out, called me up, crying, and I went round. I guess I had a feeling I could hear something was wrong in her voice, but I wasn't sure what it was. She called my sister on the phone. She never calls me that. My sister is gone. And she's never coming back.
Mano, eu perdi o clipe. O clipe.
Well, yes. He found out on my birthday. I told him I was pregnant.
Pera, quem tava grávida? Era a Hannah ou era a Eve que tava grávida?
From when I woke up. Okay.
Tá, não é isso.
I got pregnant.
A gente já entendeu.
Both our parents had a big powwow.
A Issa se casou, triste, tadinha.
When I arrived in Glasgow, back,
Você tem de carro.
I'd like to speak to a lawyer now. Please. You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other. Just that. Stories.
Tá, eu não vou conseguir achar o que eu quero. Eu não lembro nem qual foi a pesquisa que eu fiz. Acho que foi no Hair.
What kind of hairs? Could the hairs have come from somewhere else? I mean, could they... We have a lot of dolls in the attic. There's a Rapunzel doll with long blonde hair. Could they have come from there?
Eu ainda não entendi qual foi a do cabelo.
It's Rapunzel. The story starts when she's born. Mother Gothel, a witch, takes Rapunzel from her parents and keeps her locked up in this tower. Rapunzel gets pregnant by the prince, and Mother Gothel is furious, so she cuts off her hair and throws it. Actually, her hair's already short here, so that's already happened. But she throws her into the wilderness, and Rapunzel is reunited with the prince, who's blind. But she kills him with her tears, and so there's a happy ending. Is that too much?
Isso também é muito esquisito.
Simon is 6 foot, darkish blonde hair, average build. He's clean.
Da Rapunzel.
We were obsessed with fairy tales. Could the hairs have come from somewhere?
Não é isso.
It's Rapunzel.
Não é isso.
Sorry. The picture, the way it's drawn, just reminded me of the books we used to read as children. I read those fairy tales over and over, and they were so real to me. Rapunzel was my favourite. My brain was full of it. Oh, any of these in colour?
Ela na prisão querendo pegar uma foto colorida.
Did I pass? Sorry, I messed it up with all that Rapunzel stuff. Do you need me to do that card again?
Tá, aqui é do teste psicológico dela. Talvez quando ela estivesse grávida seja.
When I arrived in Glasgow,
Não, aqui é do acidente.
It's Rapunzel.
Tá, deixa eu tentar pesquisar. O tamanho. O espelho. Teve algum rolê com o espelho?
Silverleaf? No. The mirror. I can't remember. I put it somewhere safe. Upstairs. It wasn't the present so much. It was one of those arguments that had been simmering for a while. The present was a mirror. A nice mirror. He'd engraved the glass, the kind of mirror a princess would have in a story. He made it specially for me. Simon Smith. Artist.
Tá, eu tô indo pro caminho certo.
My name is Hannah.
Tá, putz. Deve ser do presente, não do espelho, então. Não.
Her story is that she'd waited for him to come back. She put on my wig, some of my clothes. Pretended to
Aqui.
be me. They talked. She'd enjoyed being me. He said he wanted to be with me. Then he took out a present. Another mirror. Just like the one he'd given her earlier. That unique present. She went crazy.
Eu tô muito confusa de quem fez o quê, de quem é quem.
He hit her. So she grabbed a piece of the mirror and just swung it round. She cut his throat clean open. She'd only meant to scare him off.
Tá, se eu pesquisar morte. Ok, mais sobre a morte, como ele morreu. Até agora eu não sei como que o maluco morreu.
They said it was food poisoning. There was something in the food they ate. My dad liked to pick mushrooms, grow them too. They said it was the mushrooms. It was hard to believe. Death caps. They have a skirt around the cap. My dad taught me that. But when the police had no reason to think it was suspicious, they lived alone. And no one had any reason to hurt them.
Os pais dela morreram envenenados. Mas e daí? O que isso tem a ver com qualquer coisa? Se pá, a gente não sabe nada sobre os pais direito.
I was living in the attic. It was a very hard time. I was depressed, was still pretty sick of the STD. And I came down one morning and They were dead.
Ela tá envolvida em 3
Both had
assassinatos.
been sick. They'd thrown up, not. And I slept through it. The police said it was the mushrooms they ate. Dad was a mushroom expert. I mean, he used to take us picking with him and he taught us how to recognise them. And there's no way you would have picked death caps.
A postura corporal dela tá muito esquisita.
They never even looked in the attic.
O que você sugeriu aí? Ô, caralho. Pai, isso é alguma coisa nova? Nossa.
So, it was Friday evening. We had an argument. He left. On Saturday, he didn't come back. I waited all day. He was supposed to go help Eric out with something on the Saturday afternoon. He had a job. He didn't show. So Eric was ringing on the phone.
A silhueta aparecendo significa que eu tô indo pro caminho certo.
They said they'd seen him on the Friday night, but not since. He still wasn't back this morning. Just isn't like him at all.
O depoimento de desaparecimento, é isso?
It's getting dark again, so I decided to come see you.
É que é o depoimento de quando ele desapareceu.
No. I lost the baby. I had a miscarriage at 8 months. We carried on living at Simon's parents until, well, it was only a few months after. Then my parents died. It was the worst year of my life. A miscarriage and then my parents. Yes. I inherited it from my parents, so it made sense to move back, me and Simon. Felt like going back to old ways before the pregnancy. Reminded me of being a girl, a dollhouse in the attic, old things. We didn't sleep in my parents' bedroom for a long time. We decorated it as soon as we moved in, but it was another year before we started sleeping there.
Tá. Calma. Eu já tentei procurar do bebê? Não.
We spent the wedding night in a hotel in Brighton. It would have been too much to do more. We were saving for the baby. It was wonderful to be in a hotel, away from home, just alone together. Since then, we've always tried to get away for our holiday. We couldn't afford our own place. Simon dropped out of school, went full-time at the Glaziers. That was Eric's generosity.
Você tá checando as datas? Eu tô vendo pela roupa dela.
And the baby, if it came. It was a nice change, time to myself, living there for those months.
A cada dia ela tá com uma roupa. Eu tô vendo isso pela roupa e não pela data.
It was after dinner. I had spoken to Simon's parents on the phone. I looked up for an early night and I suddenly had this thought. I think it was something his mum had said. She'd been speaking about old stuff, sad stuff, about when we lived there, about the baby. There's some boxes in the cellar, nursery stuff, stuff we never needed and I never had the heart to throw out. And I suddenly remembered that when I'd looked down there the week before, those boxes, that pile was in the wrong place. I went cold all over. I went down there with a torch and went straight to the back, and that's when I saw the bin bags. Pulled them open, saw the body. I screamed and that's when I...
Corpo apareceu no... Um corpo apareceu num saco no quintal dela?
Yes.
Sim, tá bom, obrigado por
It was a
responder.
shock to him. And we never thought it was possible. I don't know what he... I mean, I hadn't decided whether to keep the baby. I wasn't really ready to talk to him about it.
Isso foi às 20h58. Isso aqui foi às 20h54. Foi antes. Mano, eu quero saber mais desse corpo. Como assim tinha um corpo no quintal?
The bruise. I have a really fast metabolism, so stuff like that just comes and goes. I don't know if there's much more that I can tell you that I haven't already told the other policemen. I found the body.
O que você achou no corpo, mulher? De quem que era?
His body didn't look real. His throat. It looked like his throat had been cut.
A história da garganta cortada, só que ela falou que foi a irmã que fez isso.
And hence his glasses. Has these thick glasses.
Bate com a história que ela contou.
Doesn't matter.
Vou adicionar aqui. Ótimo, tem mais uma música.
Really? Here's the rest. Made a body of the doctor. Oh, wind and the rain.
É o resto da música.
With the fiddle came walking by. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And he made a fiddle bow of her long hair. Oh, the wind and the rain. Yes, he made a fiddle bow of her long blonde hair. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And he made fiddle pegs of her finger bows. Oh, the wind and the rain. Yes, he made fiddle pegs from her finger bows. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Oh, the wind and rain. The sound could pierce a heart of stone. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. But the only tune that the fiddle could play was, oh, the wind and the rain. Yes, the only tune that the fiddle could play was, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Anything you sing may be used as evidence against you.
Que bom que ela sabe. O resto da música é sobre como ela dropou um corpo no rio. Aí um maluco que toca firo, é um instrumento, eu só não lembro o nome dele. Aí ele fez corda com o cabelo do corpo da mulher morta e usou os dedos para fazer um bagulho do instrumento. E só que ele só conseguiu tocar uma música que era essa música. E, meu Deus! E aí no final ela fala: ah, qualquer coisa que você canta pode ser usada como evidência contra você. Por que alguém aplaudiu isso?
Can you imagine? I tried. I tried to get pregnant too, but it didn't happen.
Ela não ficou grávida.
As it was so many boys, men. My body refused. I think my period stopped because hers had. I was pretty ill. I mean, how could we stay the same now? I felt like Hannah really fucked things up. Set us down separate paths. We had become different.
Eu tô indo pro caminho certo. Tá, eu tenho que voltar pra alguma coisa da Rena. A morte da Rena.
Across the road, where my parents first lived,
Tá, não. Sai da linha. Volta pra cá. Deixa eu rever o que eu já tenho e anotar tudo.
when she went home, Sam had a birthday tea waiting. Afterwards, she told Simon about me, told him I was pregnant. She wanted me to move in with them, this sister he didn't know she had. She knew that instant. I didn't murder Simon. You've got it wrong. You've got the wrong person.
Eu acho que o que ela quis dizer aqui não foi que vocês pegaram a pessoa errada que assassinou o Simon. Foi vocês pegaram a pessoa errada que morreu. Se pá, que o Simon matou a Rena e ela matou o Simon por causa disso.
I didn't murder Simon. You've got it wrong. You've got the wrong person.
Se pá, que é isso que rolou, mano?
I'd like to speak to a lawyer now. Please. You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other, just that. Stories.
Eu tenho como mover? Eu queria adicionar eles por. Ah, eu tenho como mover. Eu vou pegar os. Esse aqui é dia 25. 25 foi a primeira admissão? Acho que foi. 25 foi o dia que ela. Não, aqui dia 18. Esse foi o primeiro. Eu vou adicionar lá pro começo.
My name is Hannah. Hannah. Is it Andre? It reads the same backwards as forwards. It doesn't work from America though, it's not quite symmetrical, but well, you get the idea. Sorry. Hannah Smith, I live at 31 Gladstone Street.
E aqui dia 25.
I got pregnant. Both our parents had a big powwow. We weren't even in the room. And they decided we should get married.
Não tem acento. Eu achei que tinha acento, não tem acento, precisávamos. Dia 27. Dia 30. Uma roupa do dia 27. Ah, roupa laranja do dia 27, ok. Traz as roupas laranja pra frente. Aproveita e já traz isso também. Isso é do dia 30. Traz isso pra cá, isso pra cá. Opa. Adianta isso. Tá. Isso foi às 20h58, 21h06, 21h04. 21h06, 21h04. 21. 20h58. 21. Pera. 20, 26, 24, troca. 24, 26, 20, 21. 20h55. Aqui é 20h58. Traz isso pra frente, então. 20h58. 20h55. Cinco, 21, 21h04, 21h06, 15h53, 15h51, troca. Nossa, eu perdi um aqui no meio. 15h54. Tá, foi logo depois.
No. Well, yes. He found out on my birthday. I told him I was pregnant.
Tem pra ir.
His body didn't look real. His throat. It looked like his throat had been cut. And I didn't see his glasses. His thick glasses.
Calma aí. Ela pulou da gravidez pro corpo assim?
The bruise. I have a really fast metabolism, so stuff like that just comes and goes. I don't know if there's much more that I can tell you that I haven't already told the other policemen. I found the body. It was after dinner. I'd spoken to Sam's parents on the phone. I looked up for an early night and I suddenly had this thought. I think it was something his mum had said. She'd been speaking about old stuff, sad stuff, about when we lived there, about the baby. There's some boxes in the cellar, nursery stuff, stuff we never needed and I never had the heart to throw out. I suddenly remembered that when I'd looked down there the week before, those boxes, that pile was in the wrong place. I went cold all over. I went down there with a torch and went straight to the back. And that's when I saw the bin bags. Pulled them open, saw the body. I screamed and that's when I called the police.
Mano, o corpo de quem que ela achou aí? Que é 20h58. Tá errado isso ainda.
When I arrived in Glasgow, I was
Porra, eu sou de Glasgow.
was after dinner. I'd spoken to Simon's parents on the phone. I looked up from the marinade and I suddenly had this thought. I think it was something his mum had said. She'd been speaking about old stuff, sad stuff, about when we lived there, about the baby. There's some boxes in the cellar, nursery stuff we never needed and I never had the heart to throw out. And I suddenly remembered that when I'd looked down there the week before, those boxes, that pile was in the wrong place. I went cold all over. I went down there with a torch and went straight to the back, and that's when I saw the bin bags. Pulled them open, saw the body. I screamed, and that's when I called the police.
Se pá que mataram o Simon no período em que ela deu o depoimento de desaparecimento, que eles preencheram o relatório, e aí colocaram o corpo lá na casa dela. Ela tava falando com os pais do Simon, por algum motivo.
It's Rapunzel. The story starts when she's born. Mother Gothel, a witch, takes Rapunzel.
Tá. Nossa. Escrevi mais do que eu gostaria de ter escrito.
His body didn't real. His throat. It looked like his throat had been cut. And Lindsay's glasses. There's these thick glasses.
Mas isso é 20h55. Ok.
From when I woke up. Okay. I woke up. Simon was already up and he made me birthday breakfast of eggs Benedict. We both had to go to work, so we saved presents till later. got to work, had some birthday cake, children sang me happy birthday, then I came home. The birthday meal was a takeaway, and Simon gave me his present, which I didn't mind. And after that, we talked about the baby. It turned into a big argument. Simon left, I was furious. I wanted to get as far away as I could and get some space to think. So I left.
Eu criei outra palavra para discussão. Ah, uma discussão. Tá, foi aí que ela foi pra Glasgow.
Yes. We'd fight. We fought on the beach once, and I held Eve's head underwater. There was no one else around. It was at the far end of the beach. And I held her head under, and I kept it out. And for a moment, I just wanted to kill her and watch her drown. But that was it. It was just a moment. We made up after. It was a love-hate relationship. They said it was food poisoning. There was something in the food they ate. My dad liked to pick mushrooms, grow them too. They said it was the mushrooms. It was hard to believe. Death caps. They have a skirt around the cap. My dad taught me that. But the police had no reason to think it was suspicious. They lived alone, and no one had any reason to hurt them.
Envenena me. Uma coisa sobre o pai dela.
Yeah, when I was at school. I worked part-time in the front shop. It was sort of an extended family thing. My dad used to work there, my mum worked there before I was born. I took care of paperwork, filing, typing out invoices, that kind of thing. It was a good job for a girl back then. I didn't work a till or anything, and I was quite shy, so I wouldn't have liked to have worked a till. The whole thing was wrong. The bags, I think they were from our kitchen, you can probably check that. We never go into the cellar. It's just a place we put things we don't need. Dad used to grow mushrooms there. The bags were taped up. I think it was parcel tape. I think it was ours.
Tá, se pá que isso é importante. Eu vou parar de arrumar por ordem cronológica, que isso só vai me custar tempo. Mais alguma informação útil?
The whole thing was wrong. The bags, I think they were from our kitchen, you can probably check that. We never go into the cellar. It's just a place we put things we don't need. Dad used to grow mushrooms there. The bags were taped up. I think it was parcel tape. I think it was ours.
Deixa eu ver uma coisa. Não. Nada.
No, they were shut. Most of the windows were really hard to open anyway. It's stifling in summer. They were painted over by my dad. Could have left a door open accidentally. There's a cat flap in the back door.
Nada de útil.
Mum and Dad never had any reason to notice. They were always busy. If Hannah was eating a lot, they didn't mind. She didn't put on any weight. That girl has a healthy appetite. If they heard us talking in the attic, they just thought it was Hannah playing one of her games, and that Eve was our imaginary friend. Once, she was already up and dressed and ready to go to school, and I snuck down for a piss. Mum saw me in my underwear, she went mad. Get dressed this instant! So I ducked into our bedroom, and seconds later, out came Hannah, dressed and ready. Mum was amazed.
Mano, o papo é de quem que a gente tá vendo as fitas e se é sempre a mesma pessoa nas fitas. Porque pelo que parece, a Rena e a Eve são muito parecidas. Provavelmente elas são gêmeas. Com quem que eu tô falando? De quem que eu tô vendo as fitas? Eu tô vendo a fita da Rena ou eu tô vendo a fita da Eve? Eu acho que é a Eve que eu tô vendo. Mas daí que fim deu a Rena? Nossa, tô real toda torta na cadeira. Obrigada pelo resgate. Pra onde eu vou daqui? A sacola, tá.
When will the police let me back in the house? And they let me take a bag of clothes with me, but
Tá, então foi no dia 27 que ela encontrou o corpo. Opa. That's it.
okay. I parked up on the street. It was busy, so I had to park down the end of the road. Walked up, knocked on the door, no answer. I took my keys out of my bag and unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. You can tell because the key doesn't turn when you try to turn it to the left. I walked in. Simon's coat wasn't on the peg. I couldn't see his shoes in the shoe rack. I shouted out. I walked straight into the kitchen because he usually sits in there to have a cup of tea and read his paper. But he wasn't there. Touched the kettle. It was cold. I looked quickly in the living room. Nothing. So I walked upstairs to the bedroom and he wasn't there. I didn't search for him because it was pretty clear he wasn't there. I had a shower. The phone rang whilst I was in the shower. I didn't answer it. I think it was Eric. Then I was just exhausted. So I lay down on the bed and I fell asleep, though I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. This time I spoke to him. Then I called Doug and Eleanor. And then I decided to come and see you. That enough?
Tá, então ela não procurou. Isso foi o dia que o Simon. Eu não sei isso porquê, então vou só botar PQ. I parked up on the street. It was busy, so I parked down at the end of the road. I walked up to the house. I knocked on the door. No answer. I took my keys out of my bag, unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. I could tell because the key wouldn't turn when I tried to turn it to the left. I walked in. Simon's coat wasn't on the peg. I couldn't see his shoes on the shoe rack. Ela contou a mesma
I
história.
out for him. I walked straight into the kitchen. He usually sits in there to have a cup of tea and read his paper. He wasn't there. I touched the kettle. It was
Exatamente a
cold.
mesma
I
história.
went quickly into the living room. Nothing. I walked upstairs to the bedroom. He wasn't there. I didn't search for him because it was pretty clear he wasn't there. And then I had a shower. Whilst I was in the shower, the phone rang. I think it was Eric, his boss. I didn't answer it. Then I came out and I was just exhausted. So I lay down on the bed and I fell asleep, but I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. I spoke to him. Then I called Simon's parents. And I decided to come and see you. That enough?
Ela contou outra história do dia que ele desapareceu. Ela tem 2 histórias do dia que ele desapareceu. Acho que eu já pesquisei isso, mas... Eu pesquisei da Eve. Já. Hum... Tá, o Eric tem mais coisa pra contar pra
He
gente.
was wearing a shirt, a blue turtleneck shirt and jeans. He has a watch. It's a really nice one.
Os
It's a gift from
óculos
his
do
boss,
Simon
Eric.
também.
He had his coat, a long grey duffel coat, black pants there. He would have taken that with him. It's not in the house. Yes, there's a car that we share, a Cavalier, and a van he uses for work. It's owned by Eric, but we look after it. Both of them are there now, parked in the street. I'm not sure about the case for the van. I can look for you when I get back. Yes, that would be in his wallet. It's a Visa, a silver one. He doesn't like to spend money he doesn't have, so he usually pays with cash, but Eric convinced him to get one. Eric was like an uncle to him. They were pretty close. They spend a lot of time with each other, especially when they have to go to conferences. He met his wife, Diane.
Se pesquisar o negócio do Tap Code, Love You. Se eu pesquiso Love You, aparece o... Tá, ok. Os óculos.
No, he doesn't have any tattoos. He has a scar down here near his stomach, past his hip. Cut himself with some glass. That was before, a long time ago. He looks just like the photo. He's not got his glasses on here though. He takes them off for the camera. But he needs them to see properly. You know, he has to read a newspaper or a menu.
Basicamente, eles trocavam as duas irmãs.
Or watching TV.
Ele claramente não usava os óculos o tempo inteiro e ele trocava as irmãs sem querer.
Well, on his clothes, that would make sense. He made it by hand. I mean, he brushes the silver onto the glass. It's not how they make mirrors these days. I mean, he made the mirror and he gave it to me.
Tá, eu tô indo pro caminho errado porque a sombra não apareceu mais. Essa é uma frase meio estranha para ser usada, mas... A carteira dele... Ou ela tinha com 2, tá.
He has a wallet, a huge silly thing, leather, real leather, I think. He packs it full of stuff, business cards, receipts, lottery tickets. He always carries it in his back pocket. I think that's why he's got a bad back. He sets the discs. I haven't seen it, so he must have it on him. He always takes it out of his back pocket before when he comes in, if he's in the house.
Tá, deixa eu ver sobre... Aqui são as coisas que ele tem. A cicatriz. Tá, só tem uma entrada sobre a cicatriz. Corte.
Mother wanted me to grow my hair long, but I kept cutting it myself. I wanted to look like my reflection. She always had short hair when she was little. Mother would hide the scissors, but I would find a way. Cut it with a bread knife, something like that. My reflection would always leave her house and go on adventures, but I never could. Mother taught me at home, and I had books and TV. Oh, TV was magical, but it was only on when it wanted to be, so I spent a lot of time reading books.
Ok. Claramente reflexo dela é a irmã. Eu parei de usar o eu e comecei a usar ela pra descrever as coisas. Eu percebi isso agora. Pra onde eu vou daqui? Eu acho que eu cheguei num beco sem saída. Eu não sei mesmo pra onde eu vou daqui. Opa. Nossa, calma aí que eu não sei escrever. Só um momento. Eu claramente não fui alfabetizada. Nada aconteceu.
In his throat. How?
Aqui ela não sabia. O vidro foi achado. que ela não sabia, mas eventualmente. Eventualmente ela falou, acho que é aqui.
Her story is that she'd waited for him to come back. She put on my wig, some of my clothes, pretended to be me. They talked. She'd enjoyed being me. He said he wanted to be with me. Then he took out a present. Another mirror. Just like the one he'd given her earlier. That unique present. She went crazy, smashed the mirror. They argued, screamed. He hit her. So she grabbed a piece of the mirror and just swung it round. She cut his throat clean open. She'd only meant to scare him off.
Aquilo sabia o que tinha acontecido. Ela descobriu assim do nada? Eu não sei mais quem tá falando o que, de que.
Like I said before, it was 3, something like that. I walked in, saw Simon. He was on the floor of the living room.
Eu não tava no quintal?
Cut. There was a lot of blood. He was dead.
Tô indo pro caminho certo. Ele não tava morto no quintal? Ela tem 2 histórias de como ele chegou morto. Opa, ok.
Okay. I've given blood before. Do you need to take that for your records? Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. Blood.
27 é o dia que ela achou ele.
It's probably the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Well, fine, considering. I got back into the house today, and that was weird, knowing your people have been there through my things. It's like I've been burgled. Only worse, obviously. I don't know. I haven't looked in the cellar yet. They sent a cleaner in, as good as new, he said. But they had to throw some stuff out. Couldn't get the blood out. And I'm still waiting to hear from the coroner so we can get a date set for the funeral. It's going to be a cremation. So, I haven't looked in the cellar. I haven't looked in the cellar yet. They sent a cleaner in, as good as new, he said. But they had to throw some stuff out. Couldn't get the blood out.
Calma aí. Antes ele tava no quintal. Aí ele foi parar na sala. Agora ele foi pro porão. Maluco, onde tá esse corpo? Eu tô muito confusa sobre o que aconteceu com esse corpo.
She had my wig on. She'd been there all day. And she had blood on her. And she was in shock.
Inferno, eu pro funeral.
Yes, it was a cremation for the best. We both wore black and had veils, so it was easy. And after the funeral, everyone came back to the house. Hannah served up sandwiches, and I stayed out of sight.
Tá, acho que não tem nada aqui. Pra onde eu vou daqui? Ai, a mesma história. Mano, não sei mesmo pra onde eu vou. Eu cheguei no funeral do maluco. As duas ainda estavam vivas no funeral. Ah, não tem nada. A carteira dele. Tá, nada. Cartão, tá nada. Mano, eu tô presa.
She was sat behind him. She had my wig on.
Por que ela tinha uma peruca? Me conta mais dessa peruca.
A wig? You mean... But what type of wig?
Não tinha nem peruca no começo da história.
No, I've never worn a wig. What kind of wig?
Ela tirou uma peruca do cu pra fazer a história.
This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap?
Da onde saiu a peruca? A peruca saiu do mesmo lugar que o violão.
No. The parents decided there would be a wedding. And after the wedding, Hannah moved in with his parents. There was no way I could follow. So we were separated again. I stayed in the attic. It was hard. It's like I suddenly didn't exist. I would sneak out, but in case anyone recognized me, I started wearing a wig.
Apareceu uma peruca do nada.
I was trying to get pregnant. But I couldn't. I mean, I couldn't do it with anyone we knew, so it was sex with strangers. Drunk guys at
Seguro.
clubs. Parks and alleyways.
Pegou uma DST, parabéns.
I was 17. It felt like I was being punished.
Queria um bebê, conseguiu uma DST.
I had to stop when one of the guys gave me STD.
Esperto.
When we met up, it was disturbing. For the first time, my reflection, she didn't look like me. She was fatter, flushed. If anything, I was getting skinnier. I had a hard to look sometimes. We talked about what to do. Was it time to become our own people? I mean, that seemed like the right thing to do, but neither of us wanted it. We agreed that her and Simon would get their own place as soon as possible, and then I could move in. And that was the plan.
Calma, deixa eu ver isso de novo.
No. The parents decided there would be a wedding. And after the wedding, Hannah moved in with his parents. There was no way I could follow. So we were separated again. I stayed in the attic. It was hard. It's like I suddenly didn't exist. I would sneak out, but in case anyone recognized me, I started wearing a wig.
Essa história tá ficando mais sem
This
sentido.
other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap?
Pertinente.
This was 9, about 9. I went round and she was waiting for me. She was furious and so angry, the kind of anger you can only have towards yourself. We screamed at each other, argued, cried, we fought. I hit her back, left a bruise. I had my wig on from performing, she tore it off. Eventually, we grew tired of fighting and I left.
Cat flap.
No, no cat. My parents had a cat before they died called Domino. It was this little black thing with white dots. And we never did anything about the cat flap, but if you were thin, you could maybe squeeze through it.
É alguma coisa do gato.
We loved our cat, Domino. He had this little bell around his neck to stop him from killing birds in the garden. And we used to write each other notes and put them in the bell, and we could send them to each other. Mum found some of the notes once, and she thought I was just writing to myself because our handwriting was identical. And we had our own words for things, so she didn't quite understand them anyway.
Eu tô falando, mano. Eu vou adicionar sem comentário. Deixa eu ver a mãe do gato.
When we weren't together, we'd send secret messages by tapping out a code that we'd learned from a book, the knock code, something prisoners of war would use. We'd tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor. Dad thought we had mice, but they couldn't find any. Bought a cat anyway.
Lá vamos nós.
Together, we'd send secret messages by tapping out a code that we'd learned from a book, the knock code.
Lá
Something prisoners of
vamos.
war would use. We'd tap them out on radiator pipes or the attic floor.
Pera. Me perdi. Eu perdi. Só volta do começo que eu me perdi. Tá, tá, tá.
Dad thought we had mice, but we couldn't find any. Go to cat anyway.
Vamos voltar pro tap code. 2B 5 4Y 4. Pode também não ser 4. Dois, três, H. A. 3, NN. A. 3, N. Ela Não, eu provavelmente escutei errado. By Rena. Por que ela deu tchau pra Rena?
Dad thought we had mice, but we couldn't find any. Go to cat anyway.
Por que ela daria tchau pra Rena? Tá, só volta pro tap code. É alguma coisa de alguém se afogando? Não, essa história. Opa, tropecei aqui.
No. I've had enough coffee for today, thanks. Glass of water.
Café. Ok.
Black coffee, thanks. No sugar. Sweet enough as it is.
Tá bom.
Coffee, I guess. Milk and sugar.
dia 18 e dia 2 ela pede café.
No. I've had enough coffee for today, thanks. Glass of water.
Dia 1º ela não pede café.
Yes. I got to Glasgow, I was exhausted, so I pulled over and slept in the car. I woke up because a rubbish truck went past. I got some petrol, bought a coffee and a pastry, tried calling someone from a payphone, and then headed back.
Tá, tudo que eu descobri foi que uns dias ela bebe café, uns dias ela não bebe. Mano, elas estão trocando de personalidade dentro dos depoimentos. Eu não sei mais quem é quem. Tá, a mulher do dia 3 é a Eve. A mulher do Tap Code era do dia 3 também. Essa é a Eve prestando depoimento. E aqui ela pediu. Tinha algum lugar que ela tinha pedido uma água que ela não podia beber café porque ela tava grávida, mas ela perdeu o bebê.
Florence was a warm, kind person.
Que é Florence.
But she was broken, I guess. When I found her diary, I also found a biscuit tin with other stuff in it. Older papers, letters, that kind of thing. Her story was in there. I never really spoke to her about it. I was far too young to really understand, I guess. I just put it together later, once I was older. She had loved children, planned to have a large family, but her husband died in the war. And that was back when you married for life. She never felt like she could marry again. Isn't that strange? She was a widow from her 20s. But, I mean, I guess it was different then. You married for life and she felt she could never marry again. I guess it was harder, a war widow. One of the dead. I don't know, maybe there was more to it than that. I don't really know.
Ok, não tô indo pra direção certa.
Florence took me home with her. Mother hadn't been expecting twins and had a healthy baby.
Elas realmente
I
eram
guess she was just
gêmeas.
happy for Florence to clean up. Take away the evidence that this was anything but a happy occasion.
Mano, como a mãe dela não percebeu que ela pariu 2 crianças?
Florence raised me in her home. I never left it. She kept me out of sight. It wasn't odd for people to see a midwife with a baby, carrying in supplies, washing nappies, that sort of thing. I never knew any different. I grew up looking out of my window, and seeing her across the road. I thought it was like a reflection in the mirror. She was me.
Caminho certo, ok. É muito bom porque o jogo me fala quando eu tô indo na direção certa. Então tem alguma coisa nesse depoimento que vai me levar para o próximo depoimento que eu preciso.
No, it was just me and her. It was the name they were going to call their first child. They talked about it and were going to try when it came back. Florence's family had a history of firstborn girls, so they were convinced it was going to be a girl. It's hard to know if this is all true. These are stories I remember, that I read when I was a child. Maybe I misread, maybe I misunderstood. Sometimes it's hard to remember what happened last week.
Essa mulher não tem a cabeça muito no lugar. Droga. Tentei.
Florence raised me in her home. I never left it. She kept me out of sight. It wasn't odd for people to see a midwife with a baby, carrying in supplies, washing nappies, that sort of thing. I never knew any different. I grew up looking out of my window and seeing her across the road. I thought it was like a reflection in the mirror. She was me.
That's not her.
Okay. There's a girl and she's staring out of the window. She's sad. She's trapped. She's here. She's looking out the window because her mother won't let her out. She's crying, I guess. She's sad because she thought she saw her husband with another woman. But it's okay, because she finds out it wasn't her husband, it was his brother.
Você nem tá projetando, não. Você nem tá projetando, não.
Okay. She's being chased. They're trying to catch her because she did something bad. I guess she broke the rules. Or maybe they think she did something bad. Maybe it wasn't her fault. She looks scared, not guilty. Maybe it was mistaken identity. Did they catch her there? I don't know. I hoover, I dust every week, maybe less. I once asked Eleanor how often I should dust, and she said, if people ask, tell them you do it once a week, but every few weeks is okay. I think she was just trying to make me feel better. I mean, when I was there, she was hoovering every day, ran an ordered house. You know how that generation is, putting on a brave front. She has secret stashes of cigarettes. Doug doesn't even know she smokes. When I was there, I saw her. She has these sort of porcelain vases, ornamental, next to the Reader's Digest books. Cigarettes inside. And she still has them. I mean, last time I was there, I looked in a vase. There was a fresh pack. I mean, all those years of marriage, and she still has a secret like that.
A pergunta que fica, elas são gêmeas ou é dupla personalidade? Segredo.
It was supposed to be a secret. Just because Simon is dead doesn't mean I have to give up all his secrets. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to Simon. No one murdered my husband because he cheated his expenses for a romantic weekend in Oxford.
Alguém traiu alguém.
Mum and Dad never knew what was going on. Got so good at it. We were so in sync that we'd use each other to cheat. If one of us had a hangover, the other one would go to school. Whoever was best at a subject would sit the exam. There were lots of differences between us. Some things one is better than the other at. Well, fine, considering. So,
A única roupa que dá pra ver a tatuagem dela é a roupa azul. Aqui não tem tatuagem.
I got pregnant. Both our parents had a big powwow. We weren't even in the room. And we decided we should get married.
Dia 25 ela não tinha tatuagem.
This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap?
Tá, são mesmo duas pessoas.
I think he spoke to Helen. She said he was upset about her argument, but I'm not sure what else he said. He likes Helen. He likes flowers.
Tá, tanto faz isso. Eu tô pensando no que eu posso fazer.
Mobile phone? Yeah. Well, they have one for the glaziers, but it's only for work. I can't remember the number. It's in the kitchen. I saw it plugged into its charging cradle. Sure? Yes, of course, if that would help. Will you phone the house to let me know when you want to come round? And I can make sure that I'm there.
Ok.
Twins? Really? Are you really asking me that question?
Ih, rapaz.
Are you out of your mind? Twins?
Eita.
There were always princes and princesses. They were the special people, more important than the other characters in their stories. We knew we were like that. Twins. Magical. We were the princesses. We had a poster of Princess Diana from the newspaper up in our attic. Had a pride of place. And underneath we used to put all our special things. When her engagement was announced, we were obsessed with everything she did. And later, when her life went so bad, we felt for her. Her divorce last year just kind of drew a line under things.
Divórcio. Oh. SB. Ah, não. SB. Santo Berço entrou no chat. Como que tá acontecendo? Como que tá indo aí? Você acabou? Não. Ok, eu vou esperar um pouquinho mais. Liga quando você estiver pronto. Desliga. Algum progresso? Não. Ah, as duas são gêmeas, mas uma delas não sabe disso. Essa aqui não sabe que tem uma gêmea.
Twins? Really? Are you really asking me that question? Let me see. Yes. I drove in here because I remember, well, I went over the river. And then there was a church. There. Yeah. and I probably I remember seeing a street sign called Princess Street. There it is. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it must be this one. There. Yeah, we were 17. It was a nice wedding, people said. Simon looked very handsome in the photos. His parents paid for everything, but he's an only child, so it was important to them. It was what they called a shotgun wedding, but if you looked at the photos, you couldn't tell. The dress was beautiful. It looked like Princess Diana's. The train wasn't quite as long though. There's a great photo of the bridesmaid helping to carry it out of the car. Yeah, we were 17. It was a nice wedding, people said. Simon looked very handsome in the photos.
Esse aqui, sabe o que não sabe que tem uma gêmea? Tá, esse aqui não sabe que tem uma gêmea. Eu posso pedir ajuda? Não, tá bom. Eu vou começar a pesquisar um monte de palavra aleatória pra ver qual que acha.
I guess you could call it that, but we were both happy to get married. It was a beautiful wedding. We had our first dance to Come Back and Stay. I'm not sure if that's a good wedding song, but I loved it. I chose it. It was genuinely our first dance. We'd never danced together before. It was probably awful to watch, but I enjoyed it. It felt like it was just me and Simon.
Essa tá sem a tatuagem.
Just the two of us.
Aqui tem a tatuagem é Eve. Não, aqui tem a tatuagem é a Rena.
Good. Happy. I mean, ups and downs like any couple, I guess, but we've been married for over 10 years. Yeah. They'd gone to bed feeling ill, thinking it was flu or something. The neighbour called me, I had to use my key to let them in. We found them dead in their bed. And they'd been there for days. No one had noticed. Just awful. It was so soon after my miscarriage. The worst year of my life. I'd been so happy to get married, and after that it was just like, fuck. Yes. I speak with Eleanor at least once a day. Not that there's anything much to say. It's more just... No, I'm okay. Fuck. Can I leave? Are you going to arrest me? No. They'd laugh you out of the building. A lawyer would make mincemeat of you.
Caralho.
Are you arresting me? No. Fuck off. Open this door.
Mina é brava. Tá, mais as cartas.
Well, she has a knife. She's been cooking, I guess. She's been cooking him his favourite meal.
Essa aí é a Ivy.
And he's asleep and she doesn't want to wake him because he's ill. That's why she's sad. Because he's ill. He might die.
Quem tá doente?
It's kind of a sad story, so I'm not sure.
27/6.
Simon's parents offered to put me up, but I didn't think it would be a good idea. It would be too sad. Not right now. I'm staying at a friend's.
Aqui, o dia 3/7 também era Ivy. Maluca. Aqui, dia 1/7 era a Rena. Aqui no começo, 18/6 é a Rena também. Dá pra perceber que a Rena é muito mais irritada e a Ivy é muito mais iludida. A Ivy vive no mundo dela.
I got pregnant. Both our parents had a big powwow. We weren't even in the room. And they decided we should get married.
No dia 27/30. Dia 25 e dia 30 também foram ela. A maioria dos dias foi a Ivy que foi prestar depoimento. Dois do 7 também era a Rena. Descobriu quem tá passando por quem? Não é que alguém tá se passando. Quer dizer, a Eve tá se passando pela Rena. Mas aí, eventualmente, ela fala que ela é Eve. Eu só tô vendo quem é quem cada dia. E a maioria dos dias foi a Eve que foi prestar depoimento. Dos dias que eu vi aqui, a Rena foi 3 vezes prestar depoimento. Hum,
I don't know if anyone really changes. You just become more yourself. Simon was my prince, and that hasn't changed. And the Glaziers. I worked there some weekends, and Simon had a part-time job there too. That was Eric's generosity. He was always good at helping out other people's children. Simon was quiet, more thoughtful than the other boys. Even then, he had a sense of craftsmanship. Wasn't always rushing stuff. Boys that age are just running around like headless chickens most of the time. You know? Plus, he had that look. He looked like a fairy tale prince from railway books. I don't know if anyone really changes. You just become more yourself. Simon was my prince, and that hasn't changed. And the Glaziers. I worked there some weekends, and Simon had a part-time job there too. That was Eric's generosity. I'm not sure what Strange would be, but he hasn't been acting odd. He's been busy at work, but nothing too stressful.
doente. Alguém mencionou que alguém tava doente. Tá, peraí.
A black coffee, thanks. No sugar. Sweet enough as it is. Yes. I got to Glasgow, I was exhausted, so I pulled over and slept in the car. I woke up because a rubbish truck went past. I got some petrol, bought a coffee and a pastry, tried calling someone from a payphone, and then headed back. About 8 years back, it was a present to myself. I shouldn't even be drinking coffee with the baby. It's been hard trying to give it up. I think they say you can have 1 cup. No. I've had enough coffee for today, thanks. Glass of water. Coffee, I guess. Milk and sugar. A black coffee, thanks. No sugar. Sweet enough as it is. Coffee, I guess. Milk and sugar.
Calma lá.
Twins? Really? Are you really asking me that question? My name is Hannah. H-A-N-N-A-H. It's Padre. It reads the same backwards as forwards. It doesn't work from here, it's not quite symmetrical, but well, you get the idea. Sorry. I'm Smith. I live at 31 Gladstone Street.
Eu ainda tô confusa com quem é quem.
He saw me singing one of my shows. Pure chance. Not sure I remember what it was even doing. Afterwards, I had a drink at the bar and he came over and we got talking.
Que barulho chato.
Obviously, I knew who he was, but he didn't know who I was. He was fascinated by difference. Guessed my name for letter 2. Told me it was a palindrome, like that would impress me. I enjoyed talking to him. It was amazing to be able to sit and interact and talk to him after all this time. He didn't tell me he was married. I'm not sure what he was thinking. He later told me it was like he was dreaming. A waking dream.
Sei lá.
No. I mean, yes, we have arguments, but it never runs off. He always comes back. We make up. It's always that way. So, a couple stuff. Stupid argument. Nothing specific. No one knows how to push your buttons better than those you're close to.
Acho que eu já tentei. Não? Nossa.
Thanks. Please find Simon. I love him so much. No. I mean, everyone loves Simon. He was so nice to everyone. He loves me. Cute. You must love them very much. What ages are they? You have children? Fairy tales. Stories about lost princesses, evil witches, magical mirrors and lost children. So you see, even before I knew the truth, I'd found it in those stories.
Eu ainda tô confusa com quem é quem. O que acontece se eu falar que eu acabei? Vou falar que eu acabei. O que acontece? Bom, então você acha que entendeu porque a sua mãe fez o que ela fez? Pera, o quê? Conseguiu? Claro que não, só quero saber o que acontecia. É entendível, Sara. Se pode sempre voltar, eu estarei lá fora. Saia e me encontre na estrada. Mãe?
I would have been a good mother. I was young, but I would have been a good mother. She was a girl, by the way, the baby. We were going to call her Sarah. Simon wanted to call her Ava after his nana, but I didn't want her to have a symmetrical name.
A questão é, eu sou filha de quem? Porque as duas tentaram ficar grávidas. Uma delas conseguiu, mas perdeu o bebê. Será que a outra conseguiu? Eu sou filha de alguém. Obrigada pela dica.
Well, she wasn't my real mother, but she raised me.
Mãe?
Do you want to hear the story? It's a real life fairy tale.
Mano, se a mãe da Sarah, essa perdida da vida da Eve, alguém teve que explicar muita coisa. O jogo tá insinuando que a mãe, a pessoa que teve o bebê, foi a pessoa que matou o Simon. Filha. Eu acho que eu escrevi errado. Achei com A. É com A, não é com O. Eu sempre erro. Ai, meu caderninho. Sara. A única entrada que tem é dessa do dia 30.
I was young, but I would have been a good mother. She was a girl, by the way, the baby. We were going to call her Sarah. Simon wanted to call her Ava after his nana, but I didn't want her to have a symmetrical name.
Eu já tenho todas as entradas de bebê.
This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap?
Ah, mano, eu vou falar que entendi. Se eu só fechar o jogo. Tá, o jogo fecha. Nada acontece. Ele pediu pra eu fazer logoff, né? Logoff. Sai. Tá bom. É isso, o jogo fecha. Conta o nome. Caralho, é muito nome. Sarah, se você ficar presa, você pode sempre tentar admin alguma coisa. Porra, podia ter me avisado antes. Corno. Eu não vi o código que eu posso digitar. Podia ter avisado quando eu abri o jogo, né? Nossa, custava. Agora eu vou ter que ir atrás do VOD pra ver. Nossa. Admin underline random.
Yes, that would be in his wallet.
Porra. Aqui.
There was a conference, something to do with double glazing. In Oxford?
Oxford.
Are you sure? What would he be doing in Oxford if there was no conference? I remember calling him. He said it was boring and he spent most of the time at the bar. It was supposed to be a secret. Just because Simon is dead doesn't mean I have to give up all his secrets. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to Simon. No one murdered my husband because he cheated his expenses for a romantic weekend in Oxford.
Tá. Tá, não tinha mais nada disso. Tá, se eu for ficar indo.
No, I don't think it was. I turned the key, but it was already unlocked.
Ok.
Yeah, I had to let myself in. The door locks if it swings too. Yes, I always pull it shut and then lock the bigger lock with the key.
Ok. Eu não queria acabar o jogo sem ter feito tudo que eu podia fazer. Tem um joguinho, né? Jogar o joguinho. Eu sei o que eu tô fazendo. Não. Nossa. Eu preciso empatar o jogo, mano. Não é possível. Eu vou copiar a jogada da pessoa. Porra. Aqui se foda. Nossa, eu preciso tirar esse. O roxo tá comendo todo o território. Puta que pariu. Nossa. I'm not letting go. Now there's one in California with some girls in my name. Showing him all the things that I didn't understand. Caralho, mano. Eu preciso fazer esse jogo empatar. Just one in California with some girls in my name. One of the things that I didn't understand. And then I let him go. 1, 2, 3, they gotta run back to me. 'Cause I'm the best baby that they never gotta keep. 1, 2, 3, they gotta run back to me. They always wanna come, but they never wanna leave. Exist and the others, they want me. Let go, they want me to make them all they want. Let go, X's and O's. Dum, 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 dum. Mano, eu sou muito chata, eu sempre quero platinar os jogos. Isso toma tanto do meu tempo. 1, 2, 3, they gotta run back to me. 'Cause I'm the best baby that they never gotta keep. 1, 2, 3, they gotta run back to me. Always wanna come, but they never wanna leave. Exist and they always they want me. Let go, they want me to make them all they want. Let go, my exes and the others they want me. Let go, they want me to make them all they want. Let go, exes and those. Climbing over mountain and sailing over sea. 3, they gonna run back to me. Always wanna come, but they never wanna leave. Porra! Eu até agora não entendi direito como esse jogo funciona, mas. Mano, qual é a chance de eu ganhar de mim mesma várias e várias vezes? go, access unknowns. One, two, three, they gotta run back to me. I'm the best baby that they never got again. One, two, three, they gotta run back to me. Always wanna come, but they never wanna leave. Caralho. Mano, eu já ganhei de mim mesmo umas 5 vezes nesse jogo. Enquanto isso, a Sarah tá lá esperando. Nossa, esse jogo foi tomado pelo roxo. Puta que pariu. Puta que pariu. Ah, mano. Tem a cara de alguém puto. Eu desisto. Eu fui acordada cedo. Cedo não, mas eu fui acordada depois de ter, sei lá, 4 horas de sono. Com gente martelando na minha parede. Então não tô com saco. Eu já peguei. Eu peguei a base do jogo. Porra, nem. Ah tá. Eu peguei a base do jogo. Amanhã eu termino de ver tudo. Porque tem. Ainda tem uma, duas, três. Ainda tem 7 conquistas que eu não peguei. Eu vou terminar amanhã. Mas que hoje tá difícil. Hoje foi difícil. Eu ainda tive que sair pra ir no médico. E aí eu tive que ir na casa de outra pessoa pra entregar um celular. Não, hoje foi um dia que realmente eu não pretendia fazer live longa. Eu pretendia fazer 1 hora e pouco de live. Eu tô aqui há 4 horas e meia. Puta que pariu. Meu chute. Se eu tivesse que chutar quem teve o filho, foi a Ivy. Meu chute é que foi a Ivy que teve o filho. E quem matou. Eu acho que quem matou foi a Rena. Não, não faz sentido. Eu acho que a Ivy foi a mesma pessoa. A Ivy matou ele. E a Ivy também é a pessoa que teve o filho. Se pá, até era o filho dele. Mano, é uma novela esse negócio. Até agora eu não sei quem é quem.